Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome, everyone. Morning, Charlie. I don't believe I did that. Morning, Oscar. Happens occasionally. How is everyone? Hey, Ethelene. Hey, Andres. Too many parallel streams going in the brain, and wires get crossed. Hey, Rod. Hey, the Ranch Kid. Hey, Stuart and Bill. Hey, 1066. No sound. No sound? I show sound. Is any okay, wrong speakers. Woo! So music is going to be different because apparently the playlist I always use, which is probably a good thing to be forced to screw up or to mix up, it's no longer out there. So I just grabbed another Stream Beats track and we'll see. Let me know how you like it or not. I have no idea. So anyway, how is everyone? Hi Scope, hi Art Chapman, hi Ahmed, hey Verena Boy. We are back on. You want that spot? There you go. Back on the Vertigo build today. We made a lot of progress last week. Have something that resembles some beginnings of a printer. I don't like change. I don't like change either. Okay. Well, no. I didn't want to disturb you. I just wanted to get this camera over here. He had settled on the Lazy Susan, and yeah, that's right. Happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there. Hey, Huge Dino. Hey, Lord Get Face. Hey, Chevron. Who else? Silene. Hey, Joey. Fegley and Troy. Let's do that. There we go. That works. Okay. Huge Dino. Thanks for becoming a member. Hey, Philip. If you're in the UK, it's not Mother's Day. You did not forget. In the US, it is Mother's Day. Every day is Mother's Day, right? Oscar will be, he is 23 months old in 2 days. That's an odd way to put it, right? Hey, TT. You have the same shirt, yeah. They will, I think they turn 2 on June 12th. So. Had to sneeze. Okay. Anyway, we are on to the gantry. So we should be good to get going on here. Didn't really need to do any prep between streams. Everything I kind of de-stressed the ABS and ASA parts, and there's so few, the heat sets are so scattered through, I'm just doing them on stream, so. Got to change my card on this one. Oh, I had that happen recently too. Huge Dino. Hey, Dozer. Hey, Nozzle Clog. Okay, so this is the gantry stuff. Gantry consists of the XY idlers, the gantry bar, and the XY drives. Most projects refer to these as A and B, and interchangeably between what parts are referred to as A, B, and X and Y. So, doesn't really matter. So, let's go into the XY idlers. The material ballistic blower for one idler assembly. Managed to clean my water filter today. No way. Regular maintenance done? I don't know what that sounds like. Okay, we need 4 F695 idlers. So reminder, every stream will give away a roll of Polymaker filament. Link is in the pin post and the description. Be sure to get yourself entered to do that in 3 hours. So I need 4 of these 695 idlers. Hey, Adam. Pressure washed my trailer yesterday. It's so relaxing. Thanks. Oh, why is that off? That was weird. Should come on here in a moment. There we go. That was just turned off. Okay, shoulder screws. Shoulder screws should be over here. One of these. There. So we need the 25 millimeter shoulder screws. There we are. 5 by 25, and we'll need 4 of these. Hey, Andy. Hey, Maurice. 4 of those. And M5 by 10 button heads. We need 2. Just 2. And M5 by 40 button heads. We'll need 2. Now, I'm going to cheat a little bit. There are 8 left of these because there's 6 more that are used in the XY stepper mounts. I'm going to steal those for my Trident R2 because they're hidden on this printer. So I have some regular black oxide bolts for that I set aside. But these are visible, so we'll use the nickel plated here. Hey there, Reverend. Welcome. What else do we have? And M5 roll-in nuts. We need 6 of those. 3, 4. There we go. So that should be it there. And let's do our here. I think we can come over here and what is this? Rear joints. We already did this. So this should go, yep, right to the idlers. Right to the idlers. I'll get black plated ones to the vendors. They will for sure. So here we go, front idlers. So we have idler block B. Well, let's grab those printed parts. They should be over here. Let's just set this over here. So we're gonna make our way through this whole bin. There's an idler not labeled. And another one. A lot of these parts are labeled. Of course, these aren't. On other parts of the steps were. So as the project matures, some consistent labeling would be good. Hey, Porty. Okay. Idler block B looks like it has the, how do we even tell which one? I have a good idea how, but let's see if it makes it. There we go. Idler block B has a chamfer there. We need to put some M3, M5 roll-ins, and then we got this whole setup. Oh, it didn't say M5 by 10 by 1 washer. It did. I missed it. How many BBs? How many do we need? 4? Okay, so you are a pest. Right there. Okay, back to here. So I think we're just going to put these together and then bring the frame up here. I think this is pretty self-explanatory. I gotta put the stack up, the flanged bearings, washers, and here. That is a tight fit. It's a really tight fit. There we go. Grab a screwdriver here and pull things into place. That is really just pull that through there. Trying to wedge the bearings and the washers together, but it's a very tight fit. Okay. Should be able to get this. There. Work our way down, maybe? Okay. Goes through there. So it's just a very tight, very close fit. Go. This. There we go. Who's more needy, Oscar or a pug? I've never had a pug. That was a little tight fit in there, but we made it. Took a little bit of tweaking with the screwdriver. Let's go ahead and do that on the other one. These do print this way, so that is a bridge there, and that's what's doing some of the work and making that tight. Hey, D-Max. So it might be, we might want to hit that upper surface with a little file. I'll see you, Tuxedo. Oh yeah, Mother's Day. Mother's Day is important. Mother's Day is very important. Okay, let's do the other side. If this one is similarly tight, yeah, that's similarly tight. Let's just grab a file. Give this a little bit, because this is a bridge across here, because this prints with this surface down. So just a little work there. It's a little easier, I think. Use the screwdriver to pull the stuff into line. Yeah, that's better than the last one. Hey, Martin. Just gotta tweak this. kind of pushing on the bearings here. What is the washer is the one that's in the way. Published a new guide this morning for belting. Oh yeah. Yeah, I saw that. There we go. Get that there. There we go. Very tight. There we go. Okay, just have to shift it a little bit. Bearings spin freely. It's just that because that's a bridge across there, that makes that extra tight. I need to blow my nose. Pardon me. Okay. Okay, so those two are done. Looks like we need to bring the frame up here. Let's do, where is, oh, there. Let's do Oscar treats, so maybe he'll leave me alone. Oh, I don't know for sure yet, BBs. I think it's kind of begging for a filament multiplexer because it already has the cutter and everything. So we may do that as a bonus content later. Do maker chips, can do my little drawers, can queue up a printer worth of parts and do it in smaller plates and just let it go. I think that would be a interesting use case. You've got some sharp claws, little man. Yep, you get an extra one. One more. There you go. Last one. Ow. You have sharp teeth too. There, right there. Thank you. Okay, now I'm going to scare you. Because I'm going to bring the frame up here. Yep. Bye-bye. Dropped stuff. Oh, there it is. Okay. Hey, John. Hey, Argus. From Germany, welcome. Hey, Kittrell. I am doing good. The trays. Yeah, the trays could work, especially. What I don't need to print many of these. The little hex trays, I don't usually print a lot of them. The Gridfinity stuff, like I said, queuing up a printer worth of parts, I think is a good thing to test on it. So I could do smaller plates, but then it just churns through them all and would take less time overall, theoretically. Okay, we need to put the T-nut in here. And then it shows them going with the wide side of the T-nut pointing towards each other this way. It's not great. There we go. Put this in here. Oh, well, that's not going to work. Okay, So that absolutely will not work. And I'm pretty sure, let's go. Yeah, that's pretty clear that you put those away from each other. That's not going to work. I think what I'm going to do, oh, there we go. Perfect. I'm going to flip this one around. So that's a little, I mean, I pay attention to this, and when you have stuff that's really tight here, this space between the two mounting holes is really tight. So I'm going to put this one like this because I think that will fit. And yes, that just barely fits, but it fits right next to each other like that. This one goes up here. There we go. What fastener is that? Oh, driver is that a 2.5? Yep. So this will need a ball end or a shorter. Now I don't want to tighten this yet because we want to make sure that that's tucked all the way into the corner there. So we'll take the other two drivers, 10 here, and 40 here. If we look at this, we increase sales of orange again. Just returned from Maker Faire. Welcome back, Sanity. Hope you had a good time. It sounds like it. So shoulder bolt there. There's an idler. Oh, idler bearing tool. What? I should watch the whole video first, huh? Oh, well, look at that. I wonder how well it works. Idler bearing tool. Okay. Idler bearing tool. Let's see. Would that have? Yeah, that would have helped. That would have helped. Okay. There's an idler bearing tool. I don't really want to take that out and redo it because I got it. It just took a little more finagling. That just helps, but my bad. I still think you might want to sand if you may need to sand on it. I think that's probably still, because that is a bridge, your mileage may vary. Okay, so that's going there. Repeat for the other side, and this step is done. Okay. Okay, so this is not threading in, which means that that is still too close. These holes here are too close, which kind of sucks. I mean, it's not absolutely horrible, but it just means that the T-nut will be visible. We'll have to flip that other one around. Pull this off. So what it's... Oh. So here, these are too close. So we need to flip these exactly opposite of what it shows in the video. So I'll flip it around like that. And these T-nuts are very inconsistent in their length, so you may be able to get away with it the way I had it. That's spring, but that's okay. You may be able to get away with it depending on the exact. If you look through the pile of them you have, you might find a set that works. I'll just put it that way, and I don't know if you can tell, you can see the T-nut there, but it's not a big deal. Okay. And make sure the bearings still turn freely. And they do. We'll take all our lessons learned and apply that. I didn't want to hit that one. I wanted to hit that one. Apply that to this side. Hey, RH3D. There, and there. $3DP Scott, welcome. There, and one more. Hey, Keith. Hey, William Nelson. Hey, Cobra. Okay, make sure that there. Okay, front idlers are in. Next. No, we're not on the gantry bar yet. So let's go here. And let's go to the playlist. View the full playlist. So rear feet, rear joints, XY idlers. What? Oh, it is gantry bar. It is gantry bar next. Never mind. I was thinking the wrong thing. Okay. Gantry bar. Let's see. What do we need for this one? Oh, we got parts here, but we need to... We have... Why did I have... Hold on a second. Shoulder screw. Oh, I only needed to grab 2. I grabbed 4. That's why. Okay. Missing the beginning. Oh, there we go. Hey, Zarp. Are for 1 XY joint assembly. So we need another 4 bearings. Flange bearings. 4 bearings. We need toothed idler pulley for 9mm belt. Really? Toothed idler. Where are all the idlers? They're not there. Those are pulleys. Idlers. The miscellaneous box? Or am I missing something? No, not there. What do we got going on? It says toothed idler pulley. Never mind. Not bearing. Okay, 9mm pulleys are here. And we need 2 of those. 1, 2 with set screws. 2, 3, and 1 more. Set screws. We need 4 M5 washers. 1, 2, 3, 4. M5x7 washers. We need 4 of those. Those are, so if we look at this, we've got our regular 1mm washers, and then these are the small OD washers, and we need 4 of those. It looks like that's the last of those that we'll need. Shoulder screw. So we need 4 M4 shoulder screw. What? Is that, did I do something wrong on the last one? Let me pull these out. Ah, here we are. So there was the M5 by 25 shoulder screws used in the idlers. Let me put these back here. Then we have M4. Oh, geez. Why are you having such? M4 by 25. And that's what it says here. M4 by 4.5 thread. And we need all 4 of these. Okay. So that can go away. Hey, Raj. Hey, Jose. Hey, Pop Shenson. 15 fans in the drawer, none of them will match the needed voltage. Exactly. Bob, welcome. Okay, so shoulder screws, M5 by 20 button heads. We need 2. M5 by 20. That's not those. That's gotta be these. Yep. 2 of these. Put those right there. M5 by 30. We need an M5 by 30 and an M5 by 35. So 30 and the last 35, it looks like. Yep, those 2. One is different on the other side. Then an M3 by 30. It's these guys, I think. Nope, that's 35. M3 by 30, we only need 2 of these. M3 by 35, we need 2 of these. M3 by 12 flatheads. We need 8 of these. It's these guys, right? Yeah, 8 of these. Good day. Started off right with coffee. Me and Minecraft. There you go. One more. 8 of those. M3 by 12 flathead. M5 roll-ins. We only need 2 of those. M5 hex nuts. Only 2 of those. That's in 4. Hex nuts, 2 of those, and 4 hex nuts. We need 4 of those, and that'll be it for that, I think. And 4 hex nuts. I'll put those over there. And 4 of the 5.7 millimeter brass inserts. Hey, nozzle clog. 4 brass inserts. Oh, okay. So can we start with that? Let's start with that. So that's the x-axis, xy joint. Hopefully it's starting with the xy joint. That's not what I want. I want that. So now we need a bunch of printed parts. So xy joint B. I think that's these. Yeah. They are not marked, but I think that's B. Why don't we just do this? Set all this stuff out. pull these out here. Spacers, spacers, and X carriage. Okay, that frees up another project box. Yay! Oh, Bill, welcome. You're awake at 1:30. Ouch. Okay. So this is B, it looks like, I think. That looks a little odd. Maybe it's not. Oh no, that's B. Okay. I was looking at these two pieces and there is this is the one that's on screen right now, not that one. XY joint B bottom. There we go. We are going to put a 5x7 brass insert in there. Okay. Boop. And we will grab both of these. We'll do both of them. Find a flat surface I can set against that. That didn't even actually insert there. That hole, M3 by 5.7, goes in there. That is I could press that in. I could press that in. Yeah. I could press that in. Let's see something. For the team rewatching, let's see what this looks like. This is from printing last week, so let's add that part in and check the size of that hole. XY joints and B bottom is what we were just working on. This piece. I want to measure the diameter. Will it give me a diameter? It'll give me a diameter there, but let's just do an approximation there to there. That's 7 millimeters. I don't know what it should be. 7 millimeters seems wide. Is that even true? Let's see. Does that make sense? Where's my calipers? Where are my calipers? Oh, there they are. No, that's not right. That says that's 7 millimeters. Is that? That's not right. Why does that say 7 millimeters? Okay, what did I actually select? Restart selection. Here to just make sure we get something. Ah, there we go. 4.6 millimeters. I picked the wrong thing. But anyway, it's somewhere around, and that's actually small because I didn't catch the very end there. Let's go. Oops. There. So it's like 4.7 millimeters. Feedback. No, I'm not measuring the chamfer. I'm measuring the inside. You can see that. But that is a little bit of feedback. Those holes appear to be too large for these inserts. We're going to keep moving because it'll probably be fine. It'll probably be fine, but I think that is a minor issue. Let me know and I'll explain it next time if I miss something. But right now I'm just going to move on, and it looks like it's I think the first time, Aetherling, I was catching a point down here. I was catching a point on the other side of, like if I go there, yeah. See, that's 6.9. I was catching a diagonal instead of straight across. Since I don't have CAD, the easiest way to measure it is here in the slicer. And it's fine. However, I think that needs to be looked at. I think something is off there. Okay. So it is the correct, I have the correct insert that came with it going into the right hole. So M4 nuts go into the bottom here. Actually, we can go here and probably be better. Yeah. These are a loose slip fit. They don't fall out, but they go in pretty easy. Yeah. We'll just set that right there. Maybe grab the other one and do the same thing. Is this? That is not B. This one's A, I think. That one does fall out. Okay, so we'll set that right there. Work slicer will give you the right diameter. While Prusa slicer will give it as well if you select the ring on the outside. That. Oops. I don't know. Can you select the diameter of an interior feature on Orca Slicer? I don't know. But anyway. Let's see here. That. And then the top. Let's make sure I have the right piece. That is this one. And this is that one. And that goes right like that. Okay. Those are there. Where is that toothed idler? That's what I thought. Hold on. 20 tooth idler. And then a bearing stack. Where are those idlers? Not there. Did I put them in a... No. Not in this box. Oh, no, they are. They were tucked in the corner. Okay, I'm confused. I'm confused because this here says Gates GT2 toothed idler pulley 9mm belt. Do they have? That is obviously not 9mm belt. That's 6. XY joint B. And here it just says GT2 20-tooth toothed idler. Okay, I think that's a typo. And that should probably, it's not an idler pulley, it's just an idler. The pulleys are I would consider this the pulley, and that's the 9mm I grabbed because it seemed to indicate that, but I think what it meant was the 6mm idlers. Okay. Hey, Scott. Oster was here earlier. he's decided the rest of the house is more interesting. Okay, so go back here. Look at that. We're gonna do that. So that's this guy. It's the idler through there. Is that right? Something that I guess it needs to. Never mind. That's correct. Okay, that's correct. The gap there on the top threw me a little bit. Touch the treat bag, he'll find his way back to the studio. He got treats. And then we need the little 1 millimeter or the 7 millimeter OD shims. So 7 millimeter shim, idler pulley, and then another one. And then, oh, we do need the other, okay, another one of these for here. And then the regular washers, bearing stack. And washer. And then this will go on here like this. Is that the right side for that? Yep. Oops. Okay, not tightening those yet, but that is what we're going to end up with. And then that M3 by 30 goes through there, tightening into that heat set that's not quite set. Okay, and then we have that piece. Okay. This and the slightly shorter M3 by 30 goes here. Let's just hope that as I tighten that, it doesn't spin the heat set. That's all lined up. Okay. So that is that piece, and then we need that, but the other one, this one. Okay. Oh, I see. There's another heat set that goes in here. Yep, those were the other two goes. Okay, so let's get those installed. Ah. That was much better. Let's grab the other one while we're at it. Let's, for fun, open this part in the slicer and measure the carriage. Is that it? Yep. Okay, so that piece that hole right there, to measure that there. To about there. Yeah, 4.5. So it's 0.2 millimeter difference. So there's an inconsistency in the holes. So I think there is an error in the other part. So heads up, guys, something that probably needs to be looked at. So the other one was 4.7. This one's 4.5. And that made a difference in how the heat set. Okay, so that goes on there, and then we have a 35 going through there. That's kind of an interesting thing. Extrusion. So this guy goes here, and the longer 3 goes through here. Tightens down. Then the extrusion. So this uses one of those half extrusions. We use a 30-30 version of this for the doors on Phoenix here. But this is kind of an interesting profile. Basically half an extrusion. This is going to go up in there like that, looks like. But we may have to put some heat sets and stuff in there. Okay, that goes there. Push that through there. Oh, all the way in. Okay. There we go. Which way was that? It's a little tight. Just put it in from the end. Okay, it did not want to. That's not going to work, guys. You got these tabs here that are what appears to be, yeah, those are 2 millimeters deep. The flange there is 2 millimeters, and there's a feature on these T-nuts that sticks up. That's not going to work. You can't get that past that. Yeah, okay. You can barely get that past that. Okay, I can't get it past the next one. Oh, there we go. That is some effort. I think the indexing features should be shorter. I suggest that the index features be shorter. Is your feedback about the latching caused the latest? No, I don't think so, Phil. I think there might be some bit of it, but I don't think that's the whole thing. I don't know. I don't know, but okay. Let's see. Hey, Hellspark. I think the little indexing features could be shorter without hurting anything and would make that step easier. M5x20 going in there. One of these guys. And then there's a X end stop block. I have that part. Oh, that's one of the pieces over here. There it is. That I was missing. Hey, Thomas. Welcome. Thomas is one of our Trident R2 beta testers. Very much appreciated. Okay, M5 by 35 button head, going through that. Piece here, which says it's an X end stop block. That looks like all of that is a little ovalized, maybe. That's definitely an oval. That goes there. Wonder if that's to help keep it from twisting or installing wrong. This is the 35, and then an M5 nut on the other side. Nope, bye-bye. Go. I'm not going to tighten these all the way because I imagine that they need to be able to move a little bit when we bolt this into the between the rails. Hey Tom, we're going good. We're making good progress. We're going to go probably about as long as we did last week and hopefully get through these next few steps. Okay. A little more feedback today on things I think could be a little better. Okay, so repeat for the other side. So got this, got this. There we go. If this was this side, this is the same thing. So it goes there, and the little small OD washers go there. And then the other one goes here. Fingers behind that. Flanged bearings here. Hello there. This guy. Oops. Goes here. Got these. Oops. Oh, shoot. I think I got lucky, maybe? Did I get lucky? I can't assume that I got lucky. And I didn't. I don't think I lost any of those small OD washers, but yeah, I got lucky. Since I dropped it out of there, I didn't want to assume. Hey Neil, you are late. How dare you? How dare you? These little these shoulder bolts don't have a very deep X socket there, so my ball end driver, which usually is, this is a really good ball end driver. I don't have any problems with a moderate amount of torque on it. It's not working great for these, so I'll grab a regular driver. What do we got? Those parts look really nice. What were they printed on? These were all printed on my Core 1L. They were printed on my Core 1L because it's all calibrated. So the for shrinkage compensation, and I didn't want to do that on multiple printers for this, and I had a ton of time, and some of the parts are too big, I think, for the 250 printers. I think some of the panel stuff might be, or the shroud stuff might be too big for those, so Yeah. I used Vector3D's cauliflower. I purchased that and used it to do the shrinkage testing calibration, and it worked really good. So that's going to go there, and now we do this. Those don't like to fit in this profile, so we'll just put it in from the end. I could probably force it in, but no reason to. There. Yes. There we go. Not too far. Okay, I gotta look around the printer to read chat. Views on this build, I'm considering it for your next. Awesome, Taylor. Friend asking me to print a large print out of PPS-CF. What settings are you using to print it? Thought I asked you before saying yes and breaking your printer. PPS-CF I've been running at, I think, 340 on the hot end, and I think it's like 90 on the bed. Hey, Ella. Hey, Ayers. Just be aware it's a brittle filament, so make sure your filament path can take it. And then this guy. It's through here. There. Come on. Oops. There we go. Is there a download for that hex bolt tray? Yeah, if you go to my printables link in the description is a link to my printable site, and it's out there. What flow rate? Oh, that's a great question. I pretty much use the same. I print it as fast as I do ABS or ASA on there, which might not be as fast as you print, but I print relatively fast. Here. If we go VT gray and PPS-CF, just discard that, and here. So if we go filaments, I printed it at 335 and 90. 0.92 is on my extrusion multiplier, 30% cooling, and a 0.03 pressure advance. And then speed settings is here, is what I'm running. So you can pause and zoom in and all that good stuff from that. Okay, next. Keep idlers to the front. Smooth idlers in the rear. Then we're going to put the carriage on. The rail on, I mean. So we have 7. Okay, so look at this. I think we're on to the hardware for this. I don't think I actually needed those. So I need 7. 4. Oh, I hope these roll in. If they don't, I'll take this partially apart. Hey, Bloken, no problem. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Get one of those. And the rail. This is the last of these. I'm saying it's a 27-hour print, but don't know what it used to work on. Settings are pretty close to mine. Cool. Okay. We've got a rail here. Got a bunch of T-nuts that I really hope will snap in, and they will not. They are not just snapping in. So let's take one end off and throw them in. What do we got? Cracksman here? Did I hear shrink calibration talk? Yes, shush. You can just shush. I did it where I needed to on the stealth changer. You can just shush. I wasn't going to print 6 kilograms, nearly 6 kilograms of plastic and find out that I really should have done it. So I wasn't going to take the time to test everything. This way I can say, yes, I did it. If I have problems, I at least tried. Okay, let's go this back on. Try pushing this past all of that. There we go. That helped. Here. And drop this guy in there. There. I at least tried, exactly. Okay. Oh, those are gonna have to part a bit. That's gonna fit in there. There we go. Do this. This is a 10 by 20. It's basically a half extrusion. You can get this profile from Masumi. It's a common profile. We use it on the doors of the Phoenix, but the 30 series version. So in terms of whether a T-nut is going to roll into your extrusion slot, has far too many factors. The variation in the T-nuts themselves is significant, and the variation in the exact profile of the extrusion is significant. So if you look at like a Masumi profile, has a slot depth generally of exactly 6 millimeters. So from the bottom of the slot to the top of the profile is 6 millimeters on a Masumi profile. LDO profiles, because of people having trouble with putting inserts in, they've increased that to 6.25 millimeters. I think it's offset. Let's do this. There we go. Now it'll hold on. I think the biggest factor is in the T-nuts, because these things are manufactured very quick, and you can tell. I mean, if you take a handful of these things and just go length. So that one's 13.3. That one's 13.45. That one's 13.73, 13.7, 13.66, 13.7, 12.93, 13.7, 13.7. But you get it. You get these from basically 13 to 14 millimeters. Is that no, this is a 10 by 20. This is basically a half extrusion. Okay, so now we're going to center that little bit of gap. Grab our clamps. Go. Makes your favorite extrusion to work with? Well, I've only done Misumi and LDO, and I'm sure depending on the generation or era, some other different manufacturers have done them for LDO. I really like the anodizing of LDOs on a per case basis. At the cost point, consistency is tough to get. I like that the ends are anodized. But I think Misumi is probably a more consistent product. I have not tried any of the DLL PDF or any others. Okay. Next. So that's on there. Yep. We did that. And then our tool head carriage block. M2 by 16. Did those just go in? And then some cap nuts. Okay, so we've got some hardware to grab. So carriage block. Oh, we have some magnets. Yeah, I think at some point, Evie, they changed the profile to make the slots a little deeper. I have some LDO extrusions that are tough to work with for the T-nuts as well. Say your family is coming with you to Japan, any chance? Yeah, we're going to spend a little bit of time in Japan. Just Tokyo. Just the Tokyo area. We're not going to try to complicate the trip. Pull these plugs out of the end. It's going to go in the trash because I don't like those. Okay, we need magnets. We have some 1/2-inch countersunk magnets in here. So those are cubes. And here's our 1/2-inch countersunks. And how many do we need? 4. Be careful of these. We don't want to break them. So we have 4 of our 1/2-inch countersunk. And I'm just going to leave those in the bag for right now. And 2 of the 1/4-inch countersunk. That must be... we have north and south on the... Are these the 1/4-inch? Those are countersunk. They look 1/4-inch, and I don't see anything else in here that matches. So we will wait until we hit that part in the instructions. Maybe it's just use one, then use the opposite for the mating side. So we'll put both of these in here. Let's put those there. Maker Beam XL T-nuts. That's out of the way so I can actually get to the bottom. This Maker Beam XL T-nuts. Here they are. We need 2 of those. 2 of those. I don't really have anyone that's going to be able to really show us around. We're kind of on our own. It's a little scary, but it'll be fun. 2 Maker Beam XLs, M3x8 socket head 1. M3x30 socket head. These, and how many of those? 2. M3x16. That's these. 2. Make sure I got this right. Nope, that's 18. 2 of the 16s. Nope. 2 of the 16s. M3x8 flathead is 4. That one. 1, 2. What happened to all these? Hold on. Up here, it said I needed 8. Oh, okay. So I'll need those later. Those are for attaching them to the rails on the frame. I'll need those later, but I still have them out. I get it. Okay. Hey, Mark Bass. Where were we? M3 cap nut. Saw those here somewhere. Here they are. Acorn nuts. Might want to either change them. I know it doesn't matter. It's easy to tell. But might either change the name here on the labeling or change it on the instructions to match. I need 3 of these. I know the Automated Layers team watches these back, so any little bit I can help with. Okay. Oh, you got print. I got my, that's a good brown, Bill. I haven't tried the Overture stuff that I bought yet. Okay, M2x16 socket head. M2x16. 2 of these. And M2x8 flathead. we need 2. And then into hex nuts, we need 2. There you go. Okay. Oops. So I needed to put the I guess those just thread in there. Do those just thread in there for strength? Looks like it. And then the cap head's there. So got our carriage here. Looks like that's kind of the front. So in 2x16s. These just thread in right here. Just thread into plastic and they don't go anywhere, so I gotta figure it's either I don't know what it's for. Honestly, don't know what that's for. Let's see if it becomes more clear as we get further into the assembly. So just until it's bottomed out, we're not tightening anything, so we don't want to strip it either. Wonder what goes there. I know we're talking about T-nuts, so let me take a little sidetrack. If you look at a T-nut here, sometimes they can be burred on the edge where it gets cut. They don't properly deburr them, so little burrs there can prevent them from going into the slots well, and can also make it hard to shift if you need to. Sometimes I'll take the edge of a file and just run them along. It's very laborious, but if you go here, you can sometimes get enough clearance to get a tough T-slot nut in. So anyway, okay, there's that. And then the acorn nuts go here. Those are going to fall out if I turn it over. They're not a super loose fit, but they're not tight either. I wonder if that's a kinematic coupling. Okay. And 3x30s and then 3x8. Okay. This is a 30. So that's good. I don't have to worry about those staying in or not. This has got to be, layer lines are going across here, so that's got to be helping make that stronger. Especially where those, basically strengthening where those belts are going to grab. Still don't know what these M2s are actually helping with or not. The plan there is single in 3x8 comes back here. This has got to be where does that go? Why is that like that? Okay, we shall see. It's a good point. I'll have to recheck those. Out of 352 nuts, only like 80 wanted to roll in. They're fine on newer frames. Well, the newer frames, like I said, have a extra 0.25 millimeter deeper slot. It should work on the 6 millimeter slot though. Okay, so it doesn't say. So let's go to the printed instructions and see if it says which pole we use. I imagine it doesn't matter, just that we need to make sure we use one here and the opposite later. But let's go down here to the toolhead carriage block. So M3 cap nuts into the top of the toolhead carriage block, fasten the cap nuts, attach. Yeah, it doesn't say anything about the polarity on the magnet. So I'm going to guess that it doesn't matter as long as we use the opposite later. Okay, so we're gonna just grab, I guess, the south, because that's the one that's there. We do have the same number on both of these, yep. 2 of these. Oop, I do not want those to snap together. Neodymium magnets are brittle. You let them snap together, eventually you're gonna break. Okay, so let's put this way out of the way over there. M2 screw in here. And are these 1.5 millimeter driver? Yep. So that goes there. That's gonna go in there. These are 2 nuts. Here. Not too tight, as it is a flathead cap screw. You can crack the thing, the magnet. Remember, they're brittle. No problem is that extrusion profiles differ quite a bit between vendors. Yeah. Okay, so those are in. Little M2 nuts on the back side. Snug, but don't crank down on them. You don't want to break those. That's got to be some sort of kinematic coupling for something that goes on top. Evidenced by the magnets that'll go there. Oops. Check docs notes for magnet polarity. Where was that? Where did I miss it? Check docs notes for magnet polarity. It just says attach magnet 1/4 inch countersink. Important I don't see any notes. There's a note that there's no notes. I'm fairly certain I'm correct in that it doesn't matter as long as you make sure you're using the opposite for the mating part. And then by 16s and the maker beams. 16. Yep. 16 and maker beam guys go in the back here. Now on these maker beam nuts, there's a sharp side and a rounded side. That's where they're stamped out. So it looks like if I put the rounded side towards the printed part, that will put it towards the belt. You don't want the sharp side to cut into the belt. Oop. Looks like these just go in here temporarily. Okay, so those will end up clamping the belt in place once we get it belted up. Goes there. That bolts down. with the N3x8 flatheads, 1/4 inch magnets. That whole thing goes in there with the 12 millimeter flatheads. Yep, loosen those. And get those 12 millimeter flatheads in there. Okay. Do the 1/2 inch magnets. Away. Yep. This is going to go on here, and these in 3x8s go here. Now I want a non-ball end wrench for this. Easier to handle. It's one. Hey, Skyrim. How hard it would be to convert the Trident R2Z assembly to linear rods. If you put them in the corners, I mean, that's similar to the Core 1, if that's what you're using as your inspiration there. It's very similar to the Core 1. Okay. Oh. Go. Magnets. And one more. Little concerned here in that we are putting this, a part that I would normally tighten quite a bit going into the carriage. We have to just go snug. We don't want to break those magnets. Go. Those are nice and flush. What printer would you recommend for a first-time build? Trident. Honestly, probably a Trident is a good first. In the Voron ecosystem, Trident is a good first build. Okay, and then we put this whole thing up in here. Let's go here. Okay, now this is the front of the printer. This guy goes in here. Just want to make sure all of these are loose so it can kind of pull into place. Don't want to fully loosen them, but you want them to be. We'll index those to the front there. Yeah, that's quite a bit that has to do that. Father of the Trident, haven't said that, I agree with him. Yeah, I definitely have a biased opinion there. That out of the way. But the Trident is, especially when R2 drops, I think it's going to be a good build. It is notably less things to worry about than a Voron 2, as far as things that are finicky to get right, like the Gantry. Where are... There you go. Okay. Switch wire is a nice, easy build. It's not quite as useful as a trident though. Okay. There we go. I've got the stops still in here. I can take them off the front, but we'll leave them on the back for now. That moves well. So with that moving well, we can tighten these top ones. Yep, there we go. Moving smooth. Should be. Repeat for side B. Yep, I did that. I moved it back and forth. Okay, there we go. So now XY drives. I'll be grabbing a bunch of hardware here. Go ahead and pause that. Oops. The instruction videos are very good. I was really worried about what the instruction videos would look like. And I have to say, I am pleasantly surprised that they've turned out and are working fine. Okay, so for the X carriage block, I guess. No, that's the X carriage block. Oh, XY drives. Here we go. XY drives. So that's what we're building. Thank you, Phil. Good reminder. Stepper motors. Ugh. Hi, Oscar. Stepper motors. That's these two. Oh, I got wires that I'm going to have to deal with because they're attached. Okay. Oh, they're not that long. Not too bad. Stepper motors. Okay. Bearing. We need 6. So we need 12 F695 bearings. Back in here. Have 12 left? Is that what we have left? It should be, because this should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yep, that's all of those. And then 6 washers. Here. So now we need 6 or 12 of these washers. These magnets over here on top. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there's 12 washers. Shoulder screws. The last of those, we need 4 of those shoulder screws. These guys, the M5 version. Those, we can throw that baggie away. And then the M5 by 40 button heads. Remember, I have some regular black oxide because they get hidden. I can use the ones for my XY joints on my Trident R2. Oh, you get a little Oscar sighting right there. Let's see that. Okay, let's see. M5 by 40. We have 6 of those. M5 roll-ins. We need 10. 10 M5 roll-ins. I really like this little setup I've got going here. I like that the instructions promote this. M3 by 40. We need 8. M3 by 40. It's these guys, right? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 of those. M3 by 30. We need 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And 6 of the 5.7 brass nuts. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, now we can get to it. I keep going there. Let's just close that page. Okay, so that is this piece. Okay, so I have that piece there. Drive housing A bottom. And this is where we're going to put the 3 heat sets. Okay, so let's pause that and get some heat sets going. And we'll put those, so all 6 of them, we can get them in here real quick into the parts we'll need. Yeah, there we go. One. Two. These ones are at least melting in, so I think the size on the whole looks, I would guess, is correct. That's 3. One. 2. Done. 3. Okay, that's out of the way. Hello, welcome. Okay, so those are in. Then, oh, we've got let's see, which one is, nope, that's not that one. So that one, make sure we got all the A stuff. Okay, so those can be the same. How do we know which is which? Doesn't matter. We're down. Huh. I don't know which is which. If we look at these parts, they are mirrors of each other. but they are mirrors of each other. I don't see any other feature that would say which way is up though. So which one is, that's down. I'm gonna say this is the one that we're gonna use, because this, we'll put this in the printed, in the down. So that, and then I think goes there. Yeah, that fits into there. Okay. Oh, we do sort of have a cat cam. There's an Oscar head in the corner of the corner cam. Okay. That goes, oh, I want to grab the other one. There we go. Okay. That goes there. Oh, and then we need the XY drive housing top. That would be one of those. That'd be this one. So something I did notice, it's aesthetic, but the print here, a little overhang here, needs a little plastic cleanup. I didn't really like that bridge on a chamfer. So I'm gonna clean the stray strands up here. A lot cleaner. Didn't take much. Well, I've got it. Let's grab the other one. It's the same thing. You can see. Not too bad, but I don't know what can be done to make that print a little cleaner. Okay. So we've got this piece here, this piece here. Looks like this is going to go down like that. Probably through here. Or through here, and this goes here. Okay, let's see what this. That all goes there. And then an M5 by 30 goes through the middle there. And the shoulder bolts go there. Okay. So 30 goes here. Do. long thread into plastic thread. Okay, that's gonna go there, and that's just gonna kind of hang out there. I wonder if I should do the same thing on the other side. This would be here. This would be here. This goes here. This goes here. Here. A little more than an hour and 8 minutes. I'll do the last of my monthly membership gifts today too, just so I don't have any opportunity to forget. Because we have a stream today, and we will do a member stream next Saturday and part 3 of this next Sunday. But then it'll be 2 weekends without streams because I will be away. So I don't want to miss it. Okay, so that was just to keep up because we're going to have to do this twice in all these. Okay, so here, now we take our shoulder bolts and they go there. There it appears. There's a little bit of a tight fit through there. I removed the damper from my engine and I'm glad I did. Galled up and gouged the crank nose. Ew. Yeah, that's those. There we go. Tight fit on that bolt. And then we're going to put some bearings on here, I'm sure. Bearings and spacers. There we go. Okay. Let's go here. So this one is going to get a spacer, a washer, 2 flanged bearings, a washer. Okay. And then straight up with the bearing stack on that one. Oh, 2 bearing stacks. Okay. Very same Voron style setup. And then it goes into the bottom. There's my thread. Yeah. Okay. We'll do washer, bearing, 2 washers, it is going to be a chonker. Yep. Hey Liz, are you going to Japan, Liz? And then I think this is going to come around like this. Those probably thread into the plastic there. Oh, they do not. They thread in somewhere else. It goes through that, but let's look at the instructions, make sure I'm not missing something. That's gonna go there, and that has to go. Okay, so it should go in there, and then 3x30s holding it all together. So let's see. Don't want to lose those. This has to come out. That needs to go in there. Why isn't it going? Why are you not going in there? This. That doesn't fit. I know why, because the order of operations here is wrong. The order of operations is very wrong. So this, I don't know if you can see it. I'll show you on the other one if I don't lose those bearings. That has a pretty significant chamfer on it. That has a matching chamfer there. That is not intended to go on after. So the video instructions need to be tweaked. Video instructions are wrong. Let's take this out now. Hey, Mark. Welcome. That is a pretty big order of operations problem. Especially since you had to put this into plastic. My forearm is going to be burning. Trying to keep things in camera doesn't help either. In view. Okay. Now we can go here. There. I'm going to turn this over, put these 30mm screws in to hold this together. I didn't miss something there, right? This is definitely a setting that needs to be, or instructions that need to be tweaked. While threading into plastic like that, you need a pretty hefty, high torque screwdriver, and then you have to make sure that you don't melt the plastic from doing it too fast. Hey, look at that. Look how well that goes. No, you want high torque, low speed. High torque for this. I don't know where I don't know if I have anything handy that would do this. We'll just give myself a forearm workout. There we go. That fits fine if you put it in the right order. How does this work? Is it supposed to work? Yeah. Okay. Yep, if you go too fast, it'll melt. Done with coffee. On to flavored water. I think I am going to do this on the, well, we'll wait. Okay, so all those go on. What's next? 6mm belt, pulley, and stepper, and offset tools. This is side A. Pulley offset B, pulley offset A. And pulleys. Did it tell me to grab these? Oh, There's not enough set screws in here. It only had 2 set screws. Are they in here? No. It did not include enough set screws. There are more than enough in here? No. Missing 2 set screws. Missing 2 set screws. Okay. Let's see. Are these labeled? They are. So Z66. Oh, they're both labeled the same. Why are these labeled Z66? It is MIP. Yep. Riptide. MIP stuff is fantastic. These are quite old. They're probably 15 years old or more. Why are these labeled Z66? Okay, well, they're both the same length, so we will just grab one. But at least we can, they are removable. Removable plug. These are Superpower 2804s. The other is 99Z. Okay, so there's one. Unfortunately, I have quite a few extra grub screws. Don't tell Taylor. But a note. Oops. Happened to grab one without Loctite. So we will put some on. Okay. This one is, okay, just go here. Okay, that way. And then how do they want us to align that? All the way down. Cool. From 3 or 450 for 4 shots. What? Oh. Okay, so that's there. This goes on here, and that in place. Hold that down. Make sure we're lined up with the flat. A pretty decent little alignment tool. I like my new one better though. It'll come out with the R2 files. I was sitting there one night and thinking, you know, I really don't like the Voron pulley alignment jig. I made it. I really didn't like it. So I was trying to think of a way to do it that doesn't copy what others have done. Oh, here's one of them. This is what I came up with. It actually bolts on the side and then lines up with the pulley, and then you tighten it in. But being able to bolt this to the stepper means it frees up your hands. You're not trying to hold something in place. This is pretty good. This isn't hard to hold that in place. That's pretty good. But I did this. Yeah, I really like it. Uses the same 30mm screw that you're going to put them in on a Trident. But this works as well. This works fine. Okay, so that's nose up. But yeah, that'll be released with the R2 files soon. Okay, a wire. Yep, good. Nice to point that out. 3x40s and that. See you, Philip. Is that in the Trident V2 CAD? It'll be in the Trident R2 stuff, yeah. Actual soon is actual soon. Hey, John. Okay, so this guy goes here. Wire this way. That sets there. Grab one of these guys. Now, I don't know if it's highlighted there. I didn't see it highlighted there, but this has a little notch, a little line feature there. And if you look on here, there's a series of lines here. So this is gonna go there. And that helps you be able to gauge where you are in the adjustment. What's missing from the R2? Nothing is missing. Everything is there that is within scope of the update. What does that mean? Basically, XYZ motion system is the goal for the R2 update. I did not hit that. Nope. I despise the word soon. Well, yeah, so many groups and companies, including Voron, have made it a trigger word, huh? What's left to do since it's soon and not released? Documentation and little polish stuff. It is truly soon, guys. Truly soon. But realize I've already said I'm going to be out. I'm not going to release before or right before I leave. That would be dumb. Okay, so I think that is there, and that is one module. Testers are testing, yep. I don't know what this seems a little overly complex there. We'll see. Question for Rat Rig. If you're interested to build one, I can donate a 300 kit 4.1 to the channel. I have wanted to build a Rat Rig for a long time. I have reached out to Rat Rig, and I don't know if I used the proper method to reach out to them. I never got a response, although I have talked to the folks, Sonnet, and used to be Miguel, but he doesn't work there anymore. He works for Bamboo now. But I've talked to them, and they've always been interested in having me build one of their kits, but nothing has moved forward with it. I would be interested if you want to reach out to me. I just don't know when, where it fits in the schedule. But if that's not a concern, then reach out. They got full ninja while in Japan. Yeah, that would be awful. Yeah, I don't know. You send me an email, shoot me a message on Discord, Ahmed. We can chat. Okay, let's see. Hey, Gurjman. So that goes there. We just did that. Okay, M5 roll-ins. So we've got, looks like 5 of them there. I didn't see this one at first, but, and if we're gonna pay attention, we're still gonna pay attention to how they say to put these in to see if they're correct or not. But let's go ahead and put this one in, and then we'll work on the other side. Hey, Nergorot. Yeah. Okay, oops. Heat set mode. There we go. So this guy goes here, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looks like we're going this way. Oops. Phoenix reach actual soon, not Voron soon. Phoenix is a whole other monster as far as documentation. Hopefully soon. And I know, I get it. That one and that one. Let's see where these line up. So if this guy is going to go here, effectively, got a goes there. Oh, goes right there. Goes there. And then for this, where's this go? Goes there. That goes probably. Oh. Okay, I caught it. Oh, is there a... Oh, they don't have a... Did they have a tool? They've been so good about having tools for this. Was there a tool for this that I'm just missing? XY drives. Here we are. Did it show a tool in the... Oh, I didn't get there yet. Never mind. Hey, there's a tool. There's a tool. I need to watch ahead a little bit in these things. Okay. These tools are really nice, actually. This guy over. There we go. Wiggle those into place. I don't want to wait, or if I just end up trying to badly scale up a V2. This would be... Hey, Garrett. That's the hope, is that something like this could be set and forget. Okay, now these three 5x40s go in here. Hey, printer prun. Oh, this comes out here. Okay. These guys go in, and then the top plate A drive lid goes on. How does that get held in? That gets moved back. Does that just sit there? Okay. Oops. Well, that works. Make sure this is all even. These guys. Those have a interestingly tight hex there. No, there we go. And then this just goes on there. Like that. It just sets on top. I hope there's more to that holds that on, because that kind of sucks. Yeah, that kind of sucks. Okay. Now we go here. do this one. So, rinse and repeat. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe there's something else that holds that down. Maybe there's something else that holds that down when we move on. There. There. Now, this is going to go like this. So the double stack is going to be the outside, and then we do the opposite stack on the inside. So it would be there, flange bearing, bearing, down there, bearing, washer, washer, bearing, bearing, washer. And of course I did this. So that, and then a spacer. Oh, spacer. But I got to pull this off. So do I have... Nope, I don't have a higher torque driver out here. So okay, that's what I get for trying to be funny. Hey Webb, welcome from France. What is the yellow lever for? Tension, it looks like. Need more than a 10 amp circuit. Yeah, you need two 20 amp circuits, or I've run it off of two 15 amps, fine. But you got to figure the the beds are all on a dedicated circuit, and on the, if you use the LDO build plates, it's 2.4 kilowatts worth of power if they're all running at max, which 2.4 kilowatts at 120 volts is 20 amps. It doesn't actually hit 20 amps. I've never popped a breaker with it because you don't run them all at the same time. We do sequential heating on them. So that comes off. And then I can redo this because I was being silly and dumb. So I've not had a problem running it off of a single 20 amp circuit. I've never had it pop the breaker, anything. Okay, so that goes there. This guy back on there. This back in. Some countries it might be illegal to have them not on 3-phase power. Well, I think if I had the means of doing it, I'd probably just build it as 240 here in the US. But we don't have 3-phase to residential here. Okay, so that is back on. That can flip over, and then these three go in here. Yeah, I'd probably do a 240 volt build if I was starting over. But I have 240 volts relatively handy here in the shop. Okay, those two, and then this, and you remember the little a little line. There we go. So you can see where it is in the adjustment. And we need to get this pulley. Okay. But do you have split phase power? How do you get 240 volts from the water heater and such? And get Yeah, I mean, I have a 240 volts to the sub panel here in the garage. Not everybody has that. Yeah. I have to unplug my refrigerator. Refrigerator runs off 240 in the US. I think mine's 120. Okay, so this one's going to go the opposite way. Flat on thing. There. Did I thread one of these in too far? Yep. And then we need the B. So this is going to go here. And is that right? Oh, I like mine better now. I like my tool better. On the A1, it didn't matter where it was clocked. The B1, that's correct, right? Or am I doing something wrong? This is pulley offset B. I'm guessing that's right. Kind of has to be. Does that make sense? This goes in here. It does. Yep, it makes sense. Okay. Let's put this towards the adjuster. There. This. Oh. Okay, those don't need to be tight. So now I guess we do the same. What did we have? There we go. Just. There. There. And hey, Philip, welcome back. There. And then here. And here. Now. There. Push these into place. That's those. And then these. Go. All those lined up. I shifted that one out of the way. Pull it off. There we go. Did you see 3D sets is going to drop? I saw that. I'm really curious what they're dropping. I saw some guesses that it might be like a jet boat. Was some of the comment guesses. This is all lined up well. Hey, Alex. Oh. There we go. This thing goes on. It goes around there. I'm really hoping that something holds that down. Really hoping that something holds that down. Okay, this can go away. We're done with that. Now, I think we were do both. Okay. Repeat for side B. That's what we just did. Bearing position on side B is correct. And that is that. So next. Z end stops. Okay, so let's go here. This is auxiliary modules part 1. Z end stops. Get stuff kind of cleaned up here. We have 32 minutes till we're giving away some Polymaker filament. Be sure to get yourself entered. Polymaker did sponsor several rolls of Galaxy Black for this build. Galaxy Black ASA, and then LDO Larch Gold ABS are the colors. Okay, Z end stops. This is the first section where cables are installed, so it's a good time to check out the section of the wiring guide. Okay. Z end stop switch PCB. We need one of those. For one, the materials listed below are for one end stop pod. And I think we have 4, right? Do we have 4 end stop pods for Z? So let's try electronics. 1 of 2. Here, let's just move this out of the way for a moment. End stop PCB. What does the end stop PCB look like? That's tool head. These are all optical end stops, but I think we're doing a switch. Yeah, it's a switch. We're looking for a switch. What is this? Oh, that's tool head board. Those are all optical end stops in here, I think. Or am I just guessing? Nope, these are switches. Never mind. They are switches. They're in the same, probably same place that makes them. Go. Just want to put out there. Oh, awesome. So Midwest Rep Festival is trying to get enough sponsors and donations to get the building there that has air conditioning. So if you're going and you're interested in having an air-conditioned event, reach out. Just a couple of weeks, well, a month away from that event. right at a little over a month away. Okay, so we need 4 of these. The density of events. I would like to go. I like going to Midwest Rep Festival. I did say it right. I like going to that event. The drive kind of sucks from Chicago, but the density of events is just too much this year to make it. There's people that I see there that I don't get to see in other places. Moist Rep Festival. Yes, this is very true. Okay, let's see. M3 roll-in nut. We'll need 8 of these, it looks like. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And 3 by 20 flatheads. We'll need 8 of these. Where's the info on that bill? Oh, hi, Jose. 4. Okay, so 8 of those. I told about someone you can go for the printers and stay for a swim. And then we need some cables. So Z68 through 71. So I think we're done with this. What do we got, Jose? What is announcing? What official announcement? Wiring. So that's electronics. That's electronics. Is that the same thing? No, where's wires? Motor kit, miscellaneous. Wiring. Maybe it's in here? No. There's another box. Electronics 1 of 2. Where's the electron wiring box? I got build plate. Where did the wiring box go? Motors, fasteners, rails. Where's the wiring box? Oh, you know what? The wiring box is in the other garage. They had a wiring thing. Let me go grab it real quick. MOG. Oh. LDO's doing a MOG kit, right? Is that what I saw? The 3D sets MOG. Oh no, the Casadio MOG kit, right? Was it the Casadio? Anyway, I'm gonna be right back. Let me grab the wiring box. I don't know if you can see the ears, but he is very content up there. Right there. Nope, it's in the way. $2,000 fasteners. Holy moly. Okay, so we have cables here. So and they are well labeled on the outside, thankfully. The 68 through 71. So it's in this bag. So we'll just leave that right there and put the rest of this away. The MOG RC, printed RC vehicles are so gigantic. So huge. So much printing, but takes so much space. Okay. Let's go back here now. So I need some printed parts. That's in this box. That'll be, looks like these. So it looks like these go, aha. Yep, those fit together. So I hopefully have 8 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Aha! I have them all. Nice. I have them all. Okay. What do we do? From August, yeah. So Phil, you need to build one of their one of the bigger ones. The ones you were building, I've never been a fan of those models from them. They're just not very good. You should try a Sakura. That's my suggestion. Okay, let's go back here. So we have a switch piece, this stuff, end stop pod cap, end stop PCB, and a Z69. Now are all these the same? Let's go back here. Do we have opposites here? These look all the same. Yeah, and they are chamfered on both sides, so I think it mounts either way. So looks like all of these are the same. And we do need the wires here. Hey, no, dear. The kids love their trucks. The little guy uses his like it's a Tonka truck. Oh yeah, they're cool, but the build is just so much different from the bigger models. I did the rescue rover thing. It made me not very interested in doing any of the others in that series. Okay, so 69. There's the 69. Then we're gonna need Z70 in here. Are all of these? Nope, they are different lengths, so this is important. Z68. Which ones do we need? 68, yep. 68. Okay, is tangled. There. Oops. Ah, okay. I lost it. Let's see, that's gonna come out, and that comes out. There we go. 68 and 72. And 71. There we go. So now the rest of these, I want to lose these going here. Very soon, Nadir. I'll be able to move boxes. Nice. You should post that, Jose. Okay, so that, we'll just put that over there for now. So for this first one, they wanted 69. All of these are the same, right? Yep. Okay. Oh. So that goes in there, and the wires go out the back in some way. Roll in T-nuts. That goes on there, and then it moves over. Keep them loose and shift them over to that. And that's it. Oh, and those go in there and head that direction. I like that little animation. Oh, and you go ahead and put that cable cover on there. Okay. Oh, and goes there. Yeah, okay. So it's an RC vehicle, yep. These went here. This goes. There's something like that. But, okay, so I think split that there. Probably something like that is clean. And the cover goes on it. Okay, so this will be easiest to do each one on the printer. So these wires can go in the spare wires bin. Steven, I haven't seen you in a while. How have you been? How have you been? I am going to do myself a favor and grab a little bump, a little stop. Let's just grab a couple of these. Oh no! Oh no, I'm glad you're still kicking. Okay, we're just gonna put a couple of bumpers on here. I know I'll have to check for alignment, but that gets those out of the way so they're not down here. Hey, Captain Curd. Okay. So this will go here. This guy, we'll have a couple of these. Oh, wow. I got those. I just put those in basically right on. Okay, so now we'll pull this out. And lower this to where that screw that's there lines up with the end. Oops, there you go. So that lines up there. Tighten that. Tighten that. And then we need the, what size cable cover was that? Well, I should be able to tell. Probably this one. Nope, that's too long. Okay. That's the same length. What length is it? Let's see. 240 millimeters. That's the one. Do we cut it down? Do we cut it down? Because that won't fit. That definitely doesn't look. That's exactly what I did. Something is wrong. I am doing the wrong one. That's why. I am doing the wrong one. That is a front, not a rear. So that's my problem. My fault. That goes on the front. Front corner, not the rear corner. My bad. Let me grab a ball. This will be easier. Those are still going to go there, but it's the wrong wire. Nice. Thanks for being a member. Aetherling, thanks for being a member. We have about 11 minutes till we're giving away a roll of filament. Okay, so now I am really good at spacing those apparently. There we go. Now that'll get threaded in till it triggers, I'm sure. There we go, just heard it. So that goes there. Now this goes into the extrusion. These guys, hey, looky there, it fits. Just like that. Hey, Rillians. Hey, 3D Musketeers coming in. Welcome, Granton folks. Hi, Harrier. How was your chat with Slant? What was that, Gabe from Slant 3D? Okay, so bump cable cover and then a 10 millimeter one over here. Oh, tucked into there. Oh, and then a 25 millimeter one. Why 2? Huh, interesting. Down and around. Holy moly. 25 and a 10. Hey, James. Hey, Valor Arc. Okay, so this is gonna snap in here and then get pushed to the end. And then a 25 millimeter one. There. 25 millimeter one here. And this comes down and under. Jumped in from 3D Remote Secure. What's going on here? We are building the Vertigo printer, which is a automatic part eject printer. Okay, so that's going to go under there, and we get another 25 to hold it on the bottom side. Oh, and then one goes on the back here. The Z71 goes here. Okay. So another 25. There's another 25. These 25? Yeah. Okay. So then this goes on the bottom. Okay. 25 here. Then we build another one of these. This was with 71. Is that what it said? 71. 71. Same thing. Split those. Those guys go there. Still. Okay, same thing. This comes down here. Probably move this back just a hair. There we go. Oh, sorry, got in the way. And from gifted me twisty. What's that? Okay, so Z71 goes there. That goes in. Same thing there. And then this goes. Oh, repeat for side A. Oh, okay. Z68 and Z70. Got it. So, put two here. Nope. Two here. Same, similar. There and here. Then we do 68, just this long one. 5 minutes until 4 minutes. 4 minutes until we're giving away some filament. There. Here. that. Shifts forward right underneath the other long maybe we've got 2 more minutes. There we go. Pushes that way. Pulls this way. Oops. There we go. Hey, Gilbert. Turntable. Oh yeah, this thing has been a game changer for this stuff. Okay, let's put this there, over here, over, one more on the bottom. What do we got? 1 more minute. 1 more minute. Let's see if I can get this one on before we start. Get all the end stops on and then we'll start the giveaway. Giveaway time. And they are on. Okay. Polymaker filament giveaway time. Let me just set this out of the way. Get your entries in. We are going to reset the count to maximum number of. You're welcome, John. 2 times. We're only resetting the count twice. There's a small gap between the covers for belt clearance. What covers? Oh, it might be. Yeah, it looks like it is. Gotta be. Okay, we're only resetting twice. Let me get things set up here. Wheel of names. Pull up my Google form. Not 3 times, I know. Okay, here it is. We've got responses. We've got almost 300 people here, 122 likes. You know what to do. We're giving away filament. That deserves it. Welcome, Warpaint. Hey, Incendium. Hey, Roger. Okay. There we go. Okay. Let me go here and turn it off in 3. Get your entries in. 2. There we go. First reset. 3. 2. You got anybody? Everybody's in? Everybody's good? 1. We got another reset to go. Half? Sounds like everybody's in. Okay, last countdown. 3, 2, 1. Get it in. It's done. Save. Okay. And create that. Hey, user. We are building a printer. Philip, you got in there first. We got in here last. Bat and bat. Bat and bat is the best of bat. Ooh. Okay. I have 11 days until I leave for Japan. That's scary. Oh, that's funny. Number between 1 and 11. You would think so, but no. Number between 1 and 11. Roger 671 said 8. We'll do 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and spin. Spin, spin, spin. Who do we got? Gerald Johnson. Gerald Johnson, congratulations. Are you here? Gerald Johnson. Polymaker filament. Depending on where you are, it's either a coupon. Maybe it's always a coupon now, but effectively a roll of filament. Gerald Johnson, are you here? You have 2 minutes to say something in chat. Okay. So, let's double check, because I see G Johnson said thanks. Let's see if... There we are. And what is your magic number, G Johnson? What is your magic number? Just make sure we have the right person. There you go. Good job. Okay. We are good. Congrats. And where are we? There it is. And you should have an email momentarily. If you don't get it within the next several minutes, feel free to send me a DM. We'll figure out why, but there you go. Awesome. Close, clean it up, unpin, pin, and edit the save that. Awesome. Congrats. Oh. I was in such a hurry to put that last switch in place. Did I put the wire in? No. What is this one? This is Z72. Where did that one go? Oh no, 72 is not used. Okay. Whew. I had an extra wire here. I was wondering how. You're right. You're right, Down Maker. Back to building. Oh, no, I have memberships to give away. Memberships to give away. Let's see. Membership gifting. Send 5 now. There we go. Uh-oh. Wow. So didn't I give away memberships this month? Because I still have 5 more. I just gave away 5. We'll do those next Sunday then. Don't let me forget. We'll do those next Sunday. I thought I only had 5 left. But, okay. Let's go back here. What is next? So the install pods can be installed on both sides. And those go under. And all of those go up. Oh, well, okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Let's do that. Maybe. Next Sunday, it's your birthday. Remind me, Philip. We'll say happy birthday. Okay, can I do this? This guy. This piece. This must break out of there. As one does. A little bit of bridging there. A little bit of cleanup. Oops. That corner. Okay. Well, these come in. So this comes this way. This comes around and this way. This one goes that. This comes around that. Now this will go, that'll end up there. So these just have to go in here like this. Like that. And like that. And like that. So then that goes like that. There. And then all of this just comes up. Okay. That works. I think it goes to the back. I think it goes to the back. It's got to go to the back. Not the other way around? It's a backpack. Yeah. Yeah, it's a backpack. So. Okay. Yeah, and you can see it. It's a little hard to see in there, but you can see that the wires aren't coming out the front there. Okay, now we're on wheel ramps. So these guys. So we're going to build, and we're going to do some brass inserts. So let's get this. We're going to build some stuff. So we'll just set this down again. Get some printed parts. Are those marked? I'm already confused which one goes where. They are marked. Yep, all of them are labeled pretty well. Hey, Gabslabs. Okay, wheel ramps is next. So we're gonna need 8 in 3x16s. These. Yes. So 8, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1 in 3x8. So 2 in 3x8s. And 4 in 3 roll ends. Bill, thanks for the gifted memberships. 4 in 3 roll ends. And 6 5x7 brass inserts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. I think that'll probably be the best view. Got these guys. So these are all labeled. There's a B, A, B, and a center. We should have 2 centers. Uh-oh. Oh, there it is. Woo! Woo! What do you think of Creator 5? What's Creator 5? Is that the Flash? Are you talking about the printer, FlashForge? I have no experience with any of the FlashForge stuff. Don't know. Okay. Looks like we've got some heat sets to put in. Looks like that side. Yeah. They're pretty obvious which ones. It's like 3 in each of these. So let's do these real quick. Boop, boop, boop. 2, 3. And then 1, 2, 3. What projects you've been using Black Box for of late? None? So I have a problem with the bed mounting, the bed tilting, and there's a fix. I need to make a machine part, and it has not reached the top of the motivation and project list chart. Still on the list of things that I want to work on, but has not hit. Okay, so basically those just go get sandwiched together. Which mod is that? Chris has said that he has a design for a aluminum machine piece for the Z attachment for the bed, because the whole thing can tilt back and forth a little too easy with the printed parts. So I have not seen it, but he says it exists. So those just go together. That goes in there and there. Okay. So This is going to go like this, this, and this. Here, here, here. I just did the Core 1 Plus, feeding TPU through it, doing flexi lizards to distract people at work. Months after it shipped. Yeah. I have a hard time with some of these projects because if they have even that little relatively minor issue there, really makes it hard to, I need to dedicate time to get back to it, to give it the attention it may deserve. Let's go on that side of the printer. About time I did have it drop that one time. I still need to put a flat side on the Z stepper assembly to help with that as well. Yeah. If you run into anything or get any luck on that, sometimes having another person working on it and stuff can be some good motivation to make progress. So next Saturday, member stream, I wanted to start the Subaru RC car build this month, but I'm just not with the Trident stuff and that I haven't had the time to get printing. So we may do Stealth Changer, get it, recalibrate the dock positions because they got shifted on the move to Colorado. We may do that and then start some PETG PLA prints, actual parts for the build. Do some stuff with that. Okay, so now these go on to the printer. I think we start here. And these have an offset that matches the offset in the T-nut. So we want to make sure we're putting these in the same way. So like dust in there, something like that. And same thing here. There, then push it back into place. What are we putting these in with? I must not have grabbed enough in 3x16s. I did. Did I do 8? What did it call for? In 3x16s, it called for 4. It called for 8. It called for 4 each side. And then an M3x8. That must be... Okay, 16. Yep, that's all correct. So 16 there and 8 here. I just did the Core 1 Plus. I ended up getting another conversion kit so I can take my last Mark IV to a Core 1. I don't know when I'm going to do it. Probably won't be stream content, but it could potentially be Hangout and Discord content. I just have no knowledge, but doubts that Prusa will do much with the Mark IV with the success of the Core 1. Okay, we're getting some accent colors on here. I'll probably just say do both sides. move on to the next. Oh no, it's got several steps here. So repeat for side A. Okay. Now we're gonna do that guy. Bed lever striker. Which one did I have? Did I use this one, or there was one that was brighter than another? Yep, it's in here. Yeah, that one's ever so slightly brighter. Okay, so an M5 by 10, the printed part, and an M5 rolling. Guessing this goes here. Oh yeah, and then that forces that to move down. When it comes down, that forces this to move out of the way. So when this pulls down, it breaks that magnet connection and moves the bed point out of the way so it can go, then the bed can go back and up. So I think that just needs to go right there. Just hold that there for a moment. Bumper. Go 10. And M5 peanut. Is anything going to Japan with me? Is anything? No, I'm not taking any equipment. Nothing. It's just me and the fam. It's a little off. There we go. Yeah, that's lots of force to get that to do that, but I imagine the Z-steppers will be able to do it. Okay, so that's that. Okay, what is this part? Nozzle wiper arm. Okay. So nozzle wiper arm and some bits and pieces. So if we go back here. Oh, bed lever striker, we did that. That's the hardware list. Now the nozzle cleaner has some printed parts. Which one is this? That's this one. This and this, and then a printed part. Printed part, or is that? Yep, that part. And then is there an extra? Is there an extra Revo sock? E3D nozzle sock. We need 2 of them. We need silicone brush. Where is all that stuff? I saw all that stuff. It's in motor kit. Maybe it's in here. No, that's electronics. Where's the other miscellaneous box? Fasteners in motion. Miscellaneous 1 of 2. Where's miscellaneous 2 of 2? Miscellaneous 1 of 2. Miscellaneous 2 of 2. Okay. Gotta be in here. Those aren't in there. I think those are some blades. Oh, there's the wiper. Wiper. Where is... Okay, so where is the hot end? Not there. There. Not fasteners in motion. It's cables. Electronics. Oh. Aha. Okay. So in the probe I see extra nozzle socks. Spring. Okay, we'll have to remember that stuff is in here. Should probably have dedicated. Yep, sock is on the 0.4 high flow. Okay. Now I need 2 M5x10 button heads. Two M5x10s, 2 M5 roll-ins, M3x16 socket heads. How many of those? 1. And M3x25. Let's pick this one, right? Yep. 3x25 and 2 heat sets. How many index tools do you think you could get in a Micron 180? Well, if a Micron 180 is, let's see, there are it is about 250 millimeters between the idlers. 250 divided by about 45, let's say. So you could probably do 5 tools. You could probably do 5 tools with some wiggle room. Okay, we have parts. We have bits and pieces here. So we have a heat set that goes into this part right there. That stick. A heat set that goes in here, so we're going to do both of those right now. Actual space required for the tools depends greatly on the cooling solution being used. Oh, no, not that one, this one. So 45 is probably a, oh, and this is one that's too big. So note the hole here is too large for the heat set. Too large for the heat set. Okay. This one goes away. So let's watch this for a second. So heat set goes in there. The sock goes into that groove and then gets installed there. Then the silicone brush. Do I have to cut that down? Because that's not a full width silicone brush. So let's look here. Cut a 3x4 section of the silicone brush, remove its adhesive backing, and press it into the pad. Okay. So this guy. And that goes on there on the inside of these. There's a, see the groove there, or that lines up with the groove in this printed part. What size was this? That must go there and to here. Now, okay, that bottoms out before that tightens. Make that a little. Keep that to where it still spins, I think. Taking care not to over tighten. Yeah. On a little bit of play, let that. That's probably good. And then we need to take this and cut a 3x4. See you, well, Jackie. Let's see. So that'll just go there. Boo, boo, boo. Means we have spares. I just use some scissors. Press. Actually, while I'm working on things, I'm just gonna put some pressure on here. There we go. A little bit of pressure just to help make sure that stays stuck. Okay. This frame mount. And that's the one. I think the hole is too big on this one. That goes in there. Gets the 25. And it looks like that top one gets lined up with the extrusion, if we can go by that. Then we have the other part. Okay. So looks like the top one got lined up right there with the extrusion slot. Bottom one. It's installed right about there. This whole thing gets installed here. And that'll be adjustable, I'm sure, for whatever. Final adjustment later. I'll leave that clamp on there. No reason not to. For now. Okay, it told me to grab 2 of these, but I don't know if it just meant that there's 2 in here for... One is an extra, but it didn't say to install 2, so I'll just put those in there as spares. Now, this, which is the filament cutter. So, filament cutter is the next thing, which we will need some parts for. We need another, a 2.5 millimeter dowel. 2.5 by 60 dowel. 3 by 60. Here is the 2.5 by 60. Everybody gotten quiet. Quiet. Bearing 625 bearing. We need 2 of them. $625. 2 of them. Dual hook tension spring. Need 1 tension spring. That in here. And that's 15 by 4. Yep, that's this one. 2 rolling nuts, 2 M5 by 10s. And M3 by 25. And an M3 by 16. Okay. I'm not complaining when I find myself drawn to buy a set of Wera drivers now. Okay, what are we doing here? No heat sets, so that's good. We've got this printed part here. Oh, we got a pin holder. So we're going to put that in there. So I'm going to grab that pin holder, which is a little itty bitty piece. Let's try this here. So we got itty bitty piece here. And that looks symmetric. And then the pin goes in here. Oh, that's a nice fit. It's all the way in. That was a good friction fit. Okay, so that's there. And then it looks like the bearings go on either side of it. Oh, that's a good fit. Woo! Now we've got a something. Those go there, and then that goes in there. And then a screw goes through there. Whoop. And then an M3 by 16 with the spring. Okay. Working today due to power issues in data center. Oh, that's not good. So this guy goes in here all the way. Is that all the way? How does that go? That's got to go further in there, I think. Yeah, that's going to go quite a ways in there. Push those in all the way. Yeah, there we go. So the idea is that pushes all the way in there, And then this screw that goes in here, I think locks it in place. Is that all the way in there? It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell if that's actually inserted all the way. What can I push on? Push that back in there. Do the back. Guess that's all the way back in there. That does seem to line up with the, seems to be correct there. So that's gotta be, it's gotta be right. Nice and quiet and carbon fiber and peace. There you go. Then take one of these guys and the 16 that goes in there, that goes around that, and that threads into there. This is the filament cutter mechanism. I'm not going to tighten that all the way. I think if I tighten that beyond that, it's going to mess with the spring. Let's see what it says. Let's see what it says. Yep, that would indicate I was probably pretty close to correct. And this looks like it's going to set a little higher on this other side. Okay, that is that. So close. How is the music today? I mentioned at the start of stream that I had to pick a different playlist. I really hope I don't get any issues with copyright stuff. But has it been fine? I haven't really paid attention to it. It doesn't play very loud here. Is it still playing? Yeah, it's still playing. Music's been nice. Nice and chill. That's good. My normal cherry soda or whatever playlist from Stream Beats, Stephen Heller. Is that right? Stephen Heller? Harris Heller. Harris Heller. Cool. That works. I don't know where it went. It just disappeared. So something happened. They got rid of it from Apple Music. Sleep in my chair during stream. Okay, on to the next bit. I think I'm ready for the next bit. It is pretty low volume. Oh yeah. Force sensors, YN stop, safety switch, and enclosure lights. I'd like to get through this step. We'll see how long it takes. So force sensors. We need all this stuff. We're gonna need lots of stuff. Let's put this over there. Force sensors. 2 position Wagos. There was a specific box that had all that stuff in it. 2 position Wagos. It's one of the electronics, cable kit, miscellaneous. Here we are. Yep, there we are. For 1, so we need 4 2 position Wagos. Falling asleep in your chair, Bill? M5 by 20 dowel pin. By 60. M5 by 20. And we need 4 of these. That. Die spring. Saw those somewhere. Where did I see those? Some fasteners in motion. Die springs. Die spring. There we are. We need 1 each side. These are the die springs. Big old springs. Here. Magnet cube. The cube magnets. There. Here. Bring an ant head together. I'm just going to make you sleep in my chair. Okay, so those are the cube magnets. It looks like a good spot for them. Let's put these back in the magnet box. Magnets. Oh, we only need 1 each side. Okay, so we'll have 3 extras from there. Magnets 6 millimeters by 3. That's the regular magnets. That's these guys. There we go. That's a good spot for those. Maker Beam XL T-nut. That's in here. And we just need 2 of those. So we'll have 1 extra. M3 by 45. Okay. M3 by 45. How many of those? 2. 2 M3 by 45s. M3 by 12 by 1 oversized washer. That's what these are. That's what these guys are. And we'll need 2, so we need 4 of these. There we go. Maybe known as a fender washer. Anyone here also into resin 3D printing? I have 5 FDM, only 1 resin. I have a resin printer that I very, very rarely use. I have a Saturn V Ultra. It's right here, right next to me. Got to take our newly adopted orange tabby Billy to the vet today. Uh-oh. Sneezing. Hope they're okay. Okay, so that's those. 45 M3 by 4.5 brass insert. We just need 2 of these. I don't see any other inserts needed in this step, so those 2 there. M3 by 7 by 0.5, so that's a regular M3 washer. I need 10 of these. That's these guys. 2, 3. That's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 of those. M4 by 12 washer. 4s and 4. M4 by 12 washer. That must be these guys. Another fender washer. 4 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 4 nylon washers, which are these black ones. 1, 2, 3, 4. All the washers. Wave spring washer. That's those little M3s that were back here. Wave spring washer. How many of those do we need? 4. There's 6 of them in here. 2, 3, 4. Put those in. Oop, not there. Put those in there. M3 nylock nut. How many of those? 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And 1 M3 acorn nut. Where did those go? Where did I put those? There they are. 1 acorn nut. Jupiter 2, maybe we'll wait. Okay, an acorn nut. And then we need some 3 by 4, 10 millimeters of 3 by 4 PTFE tube. And then we need some cables. All of this. Are these all 73 through 76? Yes, they're all in this bag. I already have out. Okay, let's see how this goes. Grab a printed part, force trigger frame, mount A, grab that. That's this one. This is quite a little assembly. Force trigger rocker. So, force trigger rocker. Okay. Both of these, they look to be the same. So, 2 of these. Put a magnet up in there. Check dock notes for polarity. What are the chances we're going to have some dock notes for the polarity? Force sensors. Where do I get the dock notes for the polarity? I've scrolled through this whole page. Where do we, is there a, there's nowhere else, right? It would be here. Controller test station. I need to revisit that someday. There's no dock notes for the polarity. That's a problem. That's a real problem. This really should be here. How do we know? I don't know the full, like, why is there a magnet there? obviously even though they're cubes, there is the, yeah, you gotta go one way or another. So I think I'll just put them both in the same way. Goes in, oh, okay. Is that supposed to press in, or does it? Oh, maybe it, does it shift? I think it goes in and drops off to the side. I think that's, oh, that is going to be really hard to control what way that goes in there. Because when I just drop this in, yeah, it tries to, there we go. Now that, there we go. Now that's in there. So let's look at the instructions a little more. So check doc notes for polarity. That's missing. That needs to not be missing. That goes in there. And then probably a screw goes in to hold it in place. More magnets? Yeah, I don't have enough information here. Maybe magnets will only go in a certain way. Let's see. Let's grab 2 magnets. Let's take this and leave that right there. If I take these, oh yeah, that is, I don't know how this is supposed to go together. So this has got to drop in there. That drops in there. Maybe I can hold this. I don't understand the, okay. Those kind of seem happy without pulling or pushing in the wrong ways. So maybe we'll try it. We'll try it. Hopefully it's not a big pain in the neck to redo later. I'm going to leave that magnet on there. Yeah. This one is going to go in the same way. There we go. Now that holds in. I grab 2 more. Yeah, I don't know. I keep meaning to ask him about CAD, but I suspect that it's not. It's not necessarily a, I don't know what degree of, I haven't even looked at what license. I should have. Okay, so those are both in there, happy in the same way, and those should peel. There is here, come down, where was it? Wow. For some of these assemblies, there's a rotatable embed, but okay, we are going to assume that that is correct, and then a 5x20 dowel. Then a couple of Wagos. Go there. Okay. So take this one. I'm leaving that magnet. I don't think that magnet's important anymore, actually. Put these there. This is going to go like that, right? Dowel through this whole thing. This has some level of movement there. And then 2 Wagos, they just push them straight in. Okay. Lots of little plastic noises. seems secure. Okay. Then 3x45. Where does that go? Oh, we build up a stack of stuff. Washers. Oh, Z73. Okay. Washers, Z73. More washers. Z73. Z73. 75. 74. 73. There we go. And let's leave these out. So Z73. So we get this guy, a washer, a spring washer. Ooh, don't drop. Can only afford to lose one of those. Oh, let's go. There we go. Then another washer. And then this guy. And another set of those. One, two, and three. Okay, so that's a stack up of stuff so far. Let's see. Is Oscar still? Nope, he left. Oscar left. Nemi, welcome, Nemi. Okay, so those go on. And then a nylock. Warning, do not crush spring washers. Okay. Partially compress them though. Well, that was more than partially there. Okay, so it should be enough to allow the connector to rotate. Okay, so nylock. Now I've got the perfect tool for this. So you can grab those with, uh-oh, is it in here? It's in the other garage. Oh, it's perfect enough that I want to go get it. I'm pretty sure I know where it is. I think it's in the other garage. I'll be right back. You can use pliers, you can use Knipex, but I've got this little RC wheel nut tool that I bought years ago. Oh, come on. There we go. And it's got a full pass through. So this is what I'm going to use. See you, Neil. Yeah, so I can just do that. Thread this through. See you, John. I think force rotate. Some little bit of force to rotate it, but not locked together and not loose. But yeah, having that be a full pass through makes this nice. I don't know, Rod. Okay, so we get that to still loose. Get that to touching. A little past. Nope, too much. There we go. That has good contact, but it will spin. I don't know how freely that should spin. Yeah, that feels pretty good. Okay. Now another washer. All of the washers. 10mm PTFE. Okay, is this in any of our things? Should this be in any of our bits and stuff? Is this in any of the stuff? I do not recall seeing it. Not in there. Not in the motor kit. There. Not there. It's not going to be in the cable kit. Electronics. Honestly, I don't remember seeing any longer lengths of PTFE. What do we expect to do from the tool head? Was that included at all? There's nothing there. I'm just looking in the Varn bag. It has PTFE, but it's 2mm ID. I think this is maybe full on missing from the kit. Clicky clack, build plate, this, and then the panels box. Look in the panel kit. Oh, that's just panels. Okay, let's see here. Should this have been included? There's in motion. Miscellaneous. Other. Cable kit. I don't see any of that. Could still be missing it, but I don't see any PTFE aside from that short piece for the hot end. It might be called something weird in here that I'm skipping over. I don't think it's included. Okay, that's a bit of a problem. It really should be. And especially there's nothing going all the way to the tool head. Let's see. That's 2.5 millimeter ID. That's 2.5 stuff. I've got it around here. I just don't. Piece of 3 millimeter ID. But I'm curious why no PTFE is included. Like from the tool head to the outside of the printer isn't even included. Okay. What is 10 millimeters? I got my thing here. I think that. Yep, that's 10 millimeters. This thing on here. Where's my hobby knife? Where did the hobby knife go? Where did my hobby knife go? I used it today, didn't I? Haven't I used it? Where did it go? Oh. It was right in front of me. See you, Raj. Okay. Let's cut that. Nice and square. I think I'll just stick 10 millimeters. There we go. There's one. Okay, so 10 millimeter PTFE. And I'll just cut the other one here real quick. A little puzzling that it didn't include. There we go. Okay, set that aside. That's gonna be the other one. And then we have Z74, a washer. Z74 is a red terminal, not blue. Okay, we have this guy, we have the fender washer, Z74, this way. Z74 is much larger than 3 millimeters. Guess that's probably intentional. Another one, and then a, oh, those are M4. Oh, I see. I assumed and I grabbed the wrong one. I bet you this ends up going over that. This goes there. This is quite an assembly. Then an M4. And nylon. Filament spool hold you did for the index, will that be with... I'm going to publish that all separate, resin. I'm going to publish all that on printables and my GitHub. Okay, so that does that. And then an M3 brass insert. Hold on. That's M3 by 5.7 brass insert. Here, it very specifically said M3 by 5.4 or 4.5. So note the inconsistency there. Note the inconsistency there. It said the things we would need is the 4.5, but the video documentation says the 5.7. So I'm going to grab the 5.7 and use that because it matches the video pretty obviously. But that's something that needs to be looked at. Okay, let's see what's next after that. Leave gap for next step. Okay. Add drop of super glue. Are you kidding me? The problem I have here is if that's wrong, I guess super glue isn't a big deal to get cleaned off, but okay, let's do it. So we have this. I don't know why it said add a gap. You're forcing a 10 millimeter gap here. Forcing a 10 millimeter gap. So why call that out? Well, that moves. Put a little tiny drop of glue, I guess, there. Thread this guy on. Okay, so all that can move on there. That is not tightened, but there is super glue on it. This is quite an assembly, yeah. And then we're gonna grab the die spring. And an M3 washer. And then one of the maker beam nuts. Okay, that's kind of, there we go. Quite. Ooh. Well, it's okay. I'll explain myself here in a minute. That's gonna go on there. That's gonna go compressed spring. How much? Okay. It's compressed it a lot. Nylon nut and another washer. And a force sensor tool. Okay. This goes in there. Shoot. Turn the M3x45 counterclockwise to move nylock to washer. Okay. Nylock nut here. Just turn that on there. That looks good. Then the washer. Now let's go get that. Let's go get that tool. Okay. Force sensor tool. So this whole thing goes in here, goes there, and that goes there like that. I was really close. So turn M3x45 counterclockwise to move the nylock to the washer. Say right there. Look about right. To make sure that you see that there's no gap. I don't understand how much this should be compressed, but we can compress that more later. But that all matches what they're doing. Creating a switch. Yeah. Okay. Yep, till that's there. Got it. Comes out. The nut cap on the end. Okay. And decompress the spring. How much? It doesn't say how much. So that goes there. This goes on to there. That's... that doesn't match with what they're... if this is supposed to be to scale, there is a large gap there that is not present in the video. Oh, that is not... okay. I did not get that all the way. Let's see. This, for some reason, I thought this was indexing here. It's not. I need to move that down, and I just need to move this. There we go. I'm not crushing any washers. I'm not crushing any washers. Okay, now that seems, and then it doesn't say how much to decompress this. But I think that seems to match what they're doing. Decompress the spring. That goes up through there and into there. Pull on the wires as you put it in. Check doc notes for content. So there's no doc notes. And at this point, I'm almost at the point of pausing the stream series because the expectation was that documentation would be complete as I get through to these steps. So stay tuned for if we're doing this next week or not. So this goes up here. Goes through here. Where are you? They're twisting in there. Let's get this. There we go. Okay, so this will go down through here. This twist down right here. How much that should fold around. And these are plug in here. Now I was noticing something earlier. So these are tinned wires. That's normally a big no-no. Don't tin wires when you're putting them into, let's see, do we have examples around here? Let's see. Yeah, here we are. No tinned wires. No tinned wires into this style terminal block. Use a ferrule or bare wires. No tinned wires into those. Wagos are slightly different in that you have a constant spring pressure on them. So it's not as big of a sin to tin the wires on wires that are going into Wagos. Because there's a constant spring pressure. It's not going to creep and get a loose connection because it's constant spring. So I wanted to note that because it would normally be very bad. Right, the type of connection though is key there, Rod. Steven, I'm not doing Murph because I'm doing Jerf. I'll be in Tokyo in a couple weeks. So, okay. This leaves a lot. Okay, apparently they just want a lot of extra wire there. Okay, let's pause that. Let's see if I can do anything about cleaning up these wires here. is this? That is this one. That one. Wow, those just don't. Oh, I see. It's because of the... There we go. Sorry, it's off camera, but I'm just getting these worked in. Okay, there we go. That's much better. Then which, did it say which connector they go to? Okay, so it's going, which one's going where? Does it matter? It shouldn't matter because it's just a switch. So put that one there and there. Now, these come up and flip around and go into there. Okay. Now we have another piece. Why hasn't... it mimicked it fairly well when it went in. Yeah. Okay, couple of these pieces. Okay. Force sensor plug and a dowel. That's going to go in there, and that's going to go there. And then we got some wires that go in there. That bolts into the printer. So let's pause that and look at how this goes. So this is going to go in here. Oh, there's a modeled in support. There we go. Modeled in support. I didn't know that was there. It didn't call it out. Maybe it did. I didn't see it. The dowel pin goes through here to lock that in place. So now I'm guessing that if this pushes hard enough here, it's going to break a connection there. Let's find out. Just put it on tone. Hopefully this isn't constant. Let's see if I can get in here. It is. It is. Hopefully that's not too loud. Okay. Push on it, it kills it. Okay, it's functional. It's functional. Somehow got through that, and it seems to be functional. Yeah. This is adjustable, so we can adjust that. Is that adjusting the... I think we're just adjusting the tension of the spring. The question I really want to know, what are the magnets for? I guess we will find out later in the build. But it's functional. Let's see, we needed a certain Z60. Z60 is in here. Z long, Z60. Okay, this is LDO fun. I guess we can kind of twist this. If you kind of roll this, you can get the, there we go. And then we can pull some of the longer wire. We need the blue wire to be longer than the white one, according to this. So put the label too close, but that's okay. Let's see, this is, why don't we just do that to these? Oh, because it wouldn't go up through the channel. That's why. Go. Goes through there like that. A little bit of the there. You should print a tiny bike, Steven. Anyway, I think I was saying I'm going to Jerf, so Murph is not in the cards this year. Although I do understand that there's a lot of people that I see at Murph that I don't see at any other events. So it is a bittersweet. Get to go to Japan, have to give up Indiana. What was that? A couple of M5x10s and some roll-ins. And I imagine that just goes all the way to the back. And then repeat for the other side. Oh, why end stop pod? Okay, well, let's get this thing on here. Let's get this thing on here. Okay, this guy. Looks like about there. A little bit. If I don't go, it's because I'm mad at the community. No reason to be mad in the community. Okay. That goes there. Oh, apparently not. Where are you? There it is. Okay. That is that. Hopefully that's all strong enough. Okay, now we need this Y end stop pod piece. It looks like this. Nope, opposite side. There we go. Y end stop pod. What do we do with this thing? Couple of 5.7 brass inserts. Couple of M3 roll-ins. Right there. And that goes there. That goes, wow, way up over around there. And stop PCB. And stop pod cap. What wire did it say to grab for that? Z72. Okay. Couple of inserts. See ya. Have a good one. Where did the inserts go? We're not too far from being done. Got a little held up there with that step. I want to hear from the devs on that because some of that was pretty frustrating. Where did my heat sets go? Did I grab them and put them in something else? Where did my heat sets go? Did they fall off the back? Yes, they did. Sorry. Okay. Boing. Okay, so that, and then we had a end stop pod, was cable kit, miscellaneous. Oh. Electronics, there we are. End stop. I'm joining late. I'll have to go back and watch the first 4 hours. Oh yes, we had a little bit of frustrating parts here today. You'll want to watch most of the stream today. There's been several notes that I've said, hey, pay attention here. This is some feedback for the manuals, feedback for the parts. Quite a bit of it today. But welcome. Thanks for being here. Okay, this guy is going to go there. And we need 2 M3s. Back up here. We've made progress. Lots of progress. Just a few things that need to be addressed. Oh, that was M5s. I need M3s. There and there. And 3x8. Is there a particular, does this need to index to the back or does it index to the front? Does that go to the back or the front? Yeah, it looks like a gap there. It goes to the back. Okay. Oops, I put that on there completely missing the whole point of the thing. Let me get that taken off again and get the wire routed up through there. Okay, so that goes up here. This goes there. There we go. Oops. Where did you go? Why is that? Yep. Those are the problems they said. Is there CAD available for this? Balin? Is CAD expected to be available? Is there any level of CAD available for this? This comes around here, goes up here, ends up going over there. So that can go there for now. And then 72 is this guy. This guy goes in here. This is gonna go this way. What was the my end stop PCB goes right in there like that. Kind of goes up inside, kind of catches on that. The CAD files are currently blown up, but we have backups. We need to make sure it's all clean, and we'll release a step of the entire assembly. Oh, that's good. There we go. That locks in there, and then I think this all just kind of bends over, comes out over here. Let's see here. Cool. Oh, I'm not showing you what I'm doing. I'm kind of playing with the wire here and this label to kind of force it to bend over into this channel a little better, like that. Yeah, that yours isn't the first project. The Black Box project had a similar thing happen. Do you have Autodesk involved in recovering? I'm not going to cut the label off. It's fine there. It's And then M3x16 is going through there. Okay. So all of this, we did release a blend file, which can be easier to navigate depending on users familiar with it's the Blender. I know that Blender can and is, people are really good at Blender CAD stuff, but it's, or mechanical designs in Blender is possible. It's not a norm for sure. Will that go in there? Let's see. What is keeping that from? There we go. Okay, and 3x16s to hold this thing together. Ah, stupid magnetic screwdriver. So we ran across, the few things we ran across today were some order of operations issues in the XY drives. The instructions have us putting this stack up together, the screw through the center here, before it goes into this main piece, and that's not possible. Major problems we had is a lot of areas in the video documentation said refer to the notes for like magnetic polarity, especially in these, and then magnetic polarity on the tool head here on the X carriage, and there's no notes to be found on those. That kind of stuff. So there were some pretty frustrating parts today, I gotta admit. This is, I mean, this is an order operations thing. That's not a big deal. But on the magnets where we're assembling this complex thing, and I'm not sure that I have these things in here correctly. A lot of work needs to be done on these guys. Okay, that's up and through there. $55mm cable cover for here. Okay. That's this guy. I did test them. I hooked a continuity meter up, and when I put force on the end, it does turn off. So they're functional. But I don't know why the magnets are here, for one thing, and then what polarity to put them in. Okay, that goes there. And what is next on here? Made good progress today. And we get past most of this stuff. Safety switch bracket. So what are we doing here? We got a safety switch. Where is the safety switch? It's got to be in the wiring box. Cable kit. Safety switch. It's got to be in there. Does it say what it is? Let's see where we're at here. Safety switch, Y and stop, and closure lights. Yeah, I'm gonna save the other side of the force sensor for some clarification from Balin and company. But we'll get the safety switch on and the enclosure lights on, and that's when we'll call it a day. So safety switch is it labeled for, where did I just put it? It's in here. Okay, in here we have a bunch of wires and a couple of switches. Thought it looked like. So this is labeled Z115. And is that the only one? Nope, there's another one. Z100. Now the ends are very different. Very different connectors. See you, Andres. And I'm going to guess that that's this one. But this doesn't actually show, it's labeled, so it should probably reflect what's labeled. Z115, if that's the one to get it. Because, oh, cables. Never mind. Z115. I take it back. I take it back. Scratch that. Reverse it. Okay, now we've got this. We'll need an M3x10 and an M3x8. Need to do that figure, add that figure in the documents. Magnets in the force sensors only need to attract to the bed's scraper bar wing. So is that a matter of you insert them in the force sensors whatever way, as long as it's north or south and not one of the sides, and then just make sure you put the magnets in the bed, in the scraper bar wing correctly? The two small magnets on the carriage block really matter because it can interfere. Well, it didn't say north or south here in the documentation. So should these have been north or south? So should these have been north or south? And we'll see. Okay, let's get back to this. We gotta put, I think this was on this side of the printer. Yeah, this was this side of the printer. We had a T-nut up underneath here, and we had a, okay, so that's easy. So this guy in here, and the M3x10. Where did I just put those somewhere. Oh, other side of my Lazy Susan. What the? How did that go? Oh, I got it backwards. I'm backwards. Backwards. Yeah, but is it the north or south? So I can know if I did it right or not. Because they're labeled on the bags, north and south magnets. Is it the north or the south that goes there? Okay, so that goes up in there. Oops. Don't know where yet though, so let's see. That goes there, that goes there, goes up in there. That has to hit, right there, okay. Line switch to end stop. Carriage, before carriage block hits frame. So if we move this guy up here, let's get my clamp off of there now. What is that hitting? That is hitting somewhere else before it even hits there. Where is that hitting? That didn't used to hit anything, so it's hitting something on the... Okay, so this is hitting the arm here before it would hit the top here. So if we're only concerned in the documentation on before the carriage hits the frame, we're going to be tweaking this because this has a significant gap over here where it hits the nozzle cleaner. Maybe I need to adjust this. I guess the position of this is not set. I put that in place, so let's just get that out of the way. There. Now that hits the top. Okay, so that's there. And then this guy. Hey, I put it in pretty much exactly where it needs to go. And probably just a little bit. It's about 0.5 millimeter before it hits the frame. Is that fine? I had it lined up. Okay. That's there. Safety switch is done. And there is a Z114 extension wire. Goes there. What is that doing? Oh, it goes into there. Okay, so I'll leave that for when I do the other force sensor. That's fine. Put a little piece of cable cover in there. Do I have another piece of 55 millimeter? Okay. And this is just a cable routing pod. So I'm going to skip this too. And all that goes there. Then we have LED lighting. Okay, we have some M5 roll-ins. We're doing LED lighting on 3 sides of this. Oh, there was one call out where it said in the text inventory to grab the 4.3 heat sets, and I think in the force sensors it said to grab the 4.3s, but 5.7s looked like what it called out in the video. So that was unclear on which to use. LEDs. So over here. LED brackets. Okay, heat sets. And these are back here. It should say 4.3s, right? Let's go enclosure lights. Okay, so here's another one. It says M3 by 5.7 brass inserts, but this said 4.3 brass inserts. So I'm guessing it's the 5.7s. But that we ran into this a couple of times today. So I'm going to put the 4.3s away and we'll put 5.7s in here. Just looking at the whole looks correct for 5.7s, and we don't have enough 4.3s. Okay. We did find a printed part, a couple of printed parts that had the wrong size printed hole for the insert. They were 4.7 millimeters instead of 4.5. Okay. We are going to call it, because that's the last straw there of frustration. So I'm going to put this down. That confusion there is the wrong heat set. So that one doesn't insert all the way. So that is not the 5.7. It should have been the 4.3s. So at this point, TBD on whether we do this next week. Whether we do this next week will depend on the state of the documentation. So I really appreciate the Automated Layers team reviewing today's video, because we ran into a lot of things today. And what you're seeing right now at this moment is a stack up of the evening or the day build of working up to this point, of seeing lots of issues. So let me know what you think. Let me know what you fix. Keep an eye out for next week. We will determine what we're doing next week based on how the rest of how this coming week goes. So with that, thank you everyone. I appreciate everyone who's hung out for 5 hours, and thanks to Polymaker and West3D. Yeah, so we'll keep you updated. Thank you, Balin. I am frustrated right now. I understand the scope of this project, but this is like I said, a result of the whole stream worth of little things that have poked away, and now hitting the one more thing where the parts or the documentation isn't correct. So have a good rest of your week. Wednesday probably won't be a stream. Still trying to get everything done for Trident R2, and I don't have anything pressing that I want to cover on Wednesday. So with that, Take care, everyone. Enjoy the build. Bye. Even when there's problems, we can still enjoy the build. It depends on how things progress from there.